Tonight, we hope that you'll see the exhibitors' hard work and passion for raising their youth projects. As Sale Day approaches, we're reminded of how fortunate we truly are to have a place in this industry. None of this would be possible without your support and the support of our sponsors. With that being said, please welcome a man that needs no introduction, Sheriff Grady Judd.
Thank you very much. My goodness, it's my honor to be your sheriff and to be with you here tonight and to be able to say the pledge, not the pledge, but the prayer. But I've got to tell you a little story. Back in the day, I was a member of the FFA. Now, I grew up in a neighborhood, so I didn't have room for cows and hogs, but I did have rabbits. And I've got a lot of blue ribbons still in my keepsakes from when I showed them here at this youth fair. So this is a very special place to me. When I think about what's right about Polk County, the state of Florida, the United States of America, I think about you. You are real Americans. And I thank you so very, very much for being real Americans. If you will, join me in prayer, please. Dear Lord, we thank you for this day that you've given us. We thank you for your grace and your mercy and your blessings. We thank you for all these young folks that are here participating. We thank you for the people in this stadium tonight that are real Americans, dear Lord. We ask a blessing upon each of them and all of their families. We ask that you keep them safe. Please, dear Lord, help them as they go through this tumultuous world to remember that right is always right and wrong is never right. We ask, dear Lord, that you put your hand of mercy upon them. Help these young people grow and help them grow in wisdom and in strength and understand that this world wouldn't be what it is. This country wouldn't be what it is without you, Jesus, at the helm. And all God's people said, amen. Thank you very much.
I would like to ask everybody to please stand. This is Brady Crawford. He'll be singing the national anthem.
Please rise and remove your covers. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight were so gallantly. Oh man. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me apologize. I am absolutely so nervous. I've wanted to do this for so long. Can we please restart, everybody? Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Everybody against the backdrop for a group picture real quick.
Commercial classes 2 and 3 need to get into the lineup.
We are excited to announce that Parker Henley will be our 2022 Market Steer Judge. Parker is the judging team coach at Oklahoma State University. Parker and his wife Christy and his son NJ are here in the arena. He received his master's and PhD from the University of Illinois while focusing his research in nutrition and management strategies for heifer and bull development system. Parker was a member of the judging team at Butler Community College and Kansas State University, where he received a bachelor's degree in animal science. Currently, along with coaching, Parker serves as an extension specialist focused in beef cattle production and youth livestock selection and education. He was raised in central Missouri, where he and his family still raise Angus and Charolais cattle. Over the past decade, Parker has bred and exhibited 5 national and reserve national champion Charolais cattle.
Everyone, listen up for a second. Hello? Hey! Everybody listen up for 1 second.
We would like to remind everyone not to cheer as these cattle come out tonight. They will spook. to stay off the rails and the stairs, and most importantly, do not clap as the cattle come out. Your first class of the commercial show, Mary Batson, New Horizons 4-H, Dustina Garcia, Haines City Senior FFA.
Well, good evening to everybody. It's certainly a pleasure of mine to be here and serve as the judge for the steer show this evening, and I'm really looking forward to it. I appreciate your enthusiasm as a crowd. We're going to have a great event here for the young people. Young ladies, why don't you go ahead and turn your calves here on profile and face the red calf right out that way, and we'll just go ahead and talk about them here. We just got a pair of steers here in our lightweight class, and they both weigh around 1,000 pounds. And so there's some subtle differences. I like this red calf to win. He's going to be our class winner here. Congratulations to this young lady. You bet. These steers are close, but I think this red steer here is the bigger bodied, higher volume calf that's got a nicer balanced look from the profile. He's a steer that just hits me a little wider and thicker all the way through. Now this calf in second, I like the fact that he's a little more expressive down his top, and he's even a little bigger out of his hip and just a little more expressive and leaner. And so that's great for him. He's a calf to me that's just a little shallower into his flank. He's a little lighter weight and probably just doesn't have as much just mass and rib and body to him today. But he's still a nice steer. Both these young ladies have done a great job. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for them and congratulate them on presenting two really nice steers.
For Class 1 of your commercial show lightweight division, first place, Justina Garcia. Second place, Mary Margaret Batson. For Class 2 of our lightweight division, Nathan Vandiver, Lake Gibson Senior FFA. Reagan Hansel, Rowdy Ropers 4-H Club. Landon Donley, Farm Fresh 4-H. Abigail McAfee, Lake Gibson Senior FFA. Victoria Cavaccio, George Jenkins Senior FFA.
Well, our second class of lightweight steers here is got some really stiff competition. And so I encourage you to look in here at these calves, some really nice steers. Young lady there that's pulling in, go ahead and bring him right on around and show him off here for everybody in the county. This is a good steer. She's done a nice job with this bald-faced calf. He's just sound. He's got some length, some extension to him. He's pretty trim. And then of this class, I read the most true muscularity down his top. And so just a balanced, eye-appealing calf here that does a lot of good things. You know, he could be a little heavier boned and a little better in his foot shape, but a nice kind of a calf. I thought the next pair of cattle were close between this young lady and this young gentleman here. I went ahead and used this young lady's calf here to be second. I thought this particular calf was just a shot trimmer, was a little stronger down his top line and leveler out of his hip. And specifically, I thought he had just a bit more shape right in behind his shoulder. Now, he's not as heavy boned or as big bodied as the calf in third, okay? And that's where you have an advantage. But neither of those cattle had as much style and balance as the one that wins. Go ahead and let's head on out there. We'll get you a rest. You've done a great job. Young man, go ahead and bring your calf on out here. This gentleman has got a very moderate, heavy bone, thick-made calf. You bet. Good job to you, sir. Really excels the class in terms of foot and bone work there. He's a steer that just doesn't balance from the profile. So if you're over there, he's not as clean about his front end. He's a little plainer from the side, but he's a nice calf. Young lady, your calf here that's coming out in fourth, he sure is one that is mellow, and he's put on a lot of cover. But actually, I think he's a little too fat, all right, at this stage of the game. He's maybe like me here in the wintertime. He's got a little soft. You can tell it over his last rib there, so I'd like to see him just a little trimmer in terms of his finish to maintain his composition, all right? But he's a nice calf. Congratulations to you. Sir, you're going to round out the class, and your calf's got a little more muscle. He's got a little more shape through his stifle and quarter than the one right in front of him. But I thought this steer had a little more condition on him as well in a spot or two. And he specifically needs to be changed in his hip and hind leg structure there. But still a calf that's moderate and still has some muscle shape. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Put your hands together for them. They've done a nice job.
Your first place for Class 2, Lightweight Division, Abigail McAfee. Your second place, Reagan Hansel. For Class 3 of the Commercial Show Lightweight Division, Todd Donley, Haines City Senior FFA. Evangelina Garcia, Haines City Senior FFA. Kendall Curtin, Rowdy Ropers 4-H Club. Caitlin Robertson, Lake Gibson Senior FFA. William Kinney, Lucky A's 4-H Club.
All right, well, we've got another good class here, and you know, these 5 individuals are doing a great job. Young man, circle it around there and go right behind that one. We'll get them parked up here. There's a really nice pair of steers here on top, okay, and these 2 cattle are both very good, and yet the young lady's red calf, I think he just wins the class for me. In terms of just making good cattle, I think he really represents the right things. To me, that calf is bold rib. He's got some chest width. You get right in behind him, I think he is just twice as thick and as wide and more genuine maybe than this calf in second here. I just like the kind that he represents. He's moderate, big-bodied, muscular. He's appropriate in his finish. And just resembles a good feeding kind of a calf that's very, very practical. Now, he's not the most attractive looking steer of the group. He's got a little more sheath. He wants to knuckle up a little on his pasterns. I see all those things. And this calf in second has definitely the advantage in terms of being a little tighter sheath. He's longer sided. He's even a little trimmer, all right? But when I get right over the top of these 2 cattle, this steer reads just a little flatter in his forerib. He's not as powerful down through his stifle and quarter here. And I'd like to see this steer go to the ground on a little more foot and bone and substance there. But they're both nice steers. They're just different from one another. But I think they're both very, very solid. Sir, you got another good calf here. He's one that is sure moderate enough. He resembles the class-winning steer's rib and body type. I like that about him. Some could argue he's a closer resemblance of the one that wins. Where he's not the same, though, as those first 2 is he's not as extended, he's not as trim, or he's not as expressive in his muscularity. But I do like his moderation of frame, his rib, and his body. You've done a nice job with him. Go ahead and pull him on out here. Congratulations, sir. This young lady here has also done a good job, and her steer, she told me, does not like men, all right? And so my wife some days would probably agree with this calf here, all right? She sometimes gets frustrated with me. But this steer is a nice calf. He's level topped, he's pretty thick, and he's really appropriate in his finish. He's been fed into appropriate quality grade, I assume. He's a steer that doesn't have as much muscle or as much width to him as those first 3, but still a good kind of a calf. Young lady, you got another steer here that's moderate, has some rib, and he's got some finish on him. I'd say just keep working with your calf next year, a little before time. We'll get him a little more broke, but I'd like to see this steer a little longer and more extended everywhere, maybe a bit trimmer as well. Done a good job. Congratulations.
This will be the lightweight commercial steer division drive. From Class 1, Dustina Garcia. From Class 2, Abigail McAfee. And from Class 3, Caitlin Robertson.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to select our first division champion of the night. And so we had 3 lightweight steer classes in our commercial division. I'm going to find you a grand and reserve champion, and they'll come back and compete against our heavyweight steers for a supreme commercial steer here shortly. So we had 3 nice class winners here. They're all a little different in their type and kind, and they were the best cattle within their classes, and I think we have some nice things to work with out here. Help me and put your hands together. These 3 young ladies, look how good a job they're doing showing these steers. You bet. Man, they get them presented and looking great out here. I'll just share a few things I see. The first calf up there, the Red Baldy. Man, he's striking. He's got a tremendous amount of depth through his body. He's a big, extended calf. He's a steer that we'd like to see a little more muscular. From this view where I'm at, right in behind his shoulder, I'd like to see him a little stouter. Who likes this bald face calf from the profile? Yeah, he's a good one. You bet. Got a good fan crowd there. This one, he is a good-looking steer. He's up-headed. He is sharp there. He's long-sided. He's level out of his hip. He's a calf that's got some trimness and cutability to him. I'd like to see that steer with a little more rib and body depth, maybe a bit more foot and bone work, but he's a good calf for sure. This red calf that won the 3rd class, he is just a really massive, powerful, thick-made steer. I don't care where you're at. If you're down there and the gentleman on the end, he is opened up in his chest. He's bold-ribbed, he's thick, and he's powerful. He's not as good looking as the one in front of him, but he's still a very, very good market steer. So my compliments to these 3 exhibitors. I'm going to give them one more look, and I'll show you who the grand and reserve are in this division. Thank you very much.
Coming back in from Class 3, William Kinney.
This is another good calf this gentleman brings in that was 2nd that we just talked about. He's a little like the steer out of the 2nd class. Long-sided, trim, neat up through his front end, and sure angular in his kind there. It's a close comparison here. I'm going to take a second longer, and we'll find your reserve champion.
Lightweight grand champion was Caitlin Robertson, and your lightweight reserve grand champion, Abigail McAfee. Each Each year, we throw the exhibitors a luncheon and want to thank our generous donations for support from these local businesses. Thank you to Blackburn's Barbecue and Eagle Lake. Without the support of our sponsors, this year would not be possible. Thank you to our platinum sponsors, All American Furniture and Stock Show Secrets. Thank you to our gold sponsors, Evans Family Ranch, Perry and Bonnie Evans, and Walpole Feed Supply. Thank you to our all other gold sponsors, Mid-State Industrial Maintenance, Walker Cattle Company, and Polk County Farm Bureau. Thank you to our silver sponsors, Curtis Brothers Construction. Thank you to our buckle sponsors, S&J Aquatic Weed Removal. Again. Thank you to our other buckle sponsors, Dr. John Thomas, Victory Insurance of Winter Haven, and Gibbons Fence Company.
For our commercial show, Heavyweight Division Class 1, Kylie Thomas, Rowdy Ropers 4-H Club. Lindsay True, Frostproof Middle Senior FFA. Tommy Snively, Farm Fresh 4-H. Wyatt Dykes, Dundee Ridge Academy FFA. Bailey Dykes, Lakewell Senior FFA. Brandon Barnhorst, Frostproof Middle Senior FFA. Gabriel Chanley, Lucky A's 4-H Club.
We would like to remind everyone not to stand in the aisles. If you are driving a white F-150 in the Horse Arena, tag number IQ32VX, please move it.
Well, the competition has got very tough here as we move into our heavyweight division. A really good class here. That red calf that young lady's got is the class winner, though. Congratulate her. You bet. He's a good steer. She's pretty pumped up. Congratulations. I'll shake your hand in just a minute. You get him set up here for us, all right? I don't want him to get away. He's a good steer. You got him presented really nicely. He is balanced, an eye-appealing calf that's got a tremendous amount of rib and body. He's really muscular and shapely all the way throughout. I think a good calf that's high quality and balanced to win this drive here. We're going to see him back in a little bit. You've done a good job with him. I'd maybe lengthen and level him out of his hips, or pins a little bit there and level him out of his hip, but you've done a great job. Congratulations. This next pair of cattle were closer in my opinion. This black steer, though, is going to be second right here. Congratulations, yeah. This is a steer that he's long, he's extended, he's fairly trim. And compared to the one that wins the class, he's got more length aside, he's got more expression through his stifle. I like that about him. But he's probably not as balanced or as eye-appealing as the one that wins. He gets a little plainer about his neck and head. He's not as attractive in the way he uses hind leg. But he's another muscular, product-oriented steer that I thought just had a little more quality to him than this calf here coming in third. Young man, you got the third place steer here. Nice steer, for sure. You bet. You know, I would tell a lot of people that this calf is just a meat and potatoes kind of a steer. He has got some rib, he's fairly muscular, he's appropriate in his finish. You know, he does a lot of things really good, but again, he's maybe not as wide or as powerful as those first two. And then when you throw in the fact that he's not as balanced or as correct in his structure, that's what gets him third, but he's just a good, solid steer. All right, you've done a nice job with him. Congratulations. The next pair of cattle were close in my opinion. These two black steers here, go ahead and circle them on out. I went ahead and used the young man here, number 101, to be next in the lineup. That's a steer that's got some length aside, some extension. Heck, he may be the cleanest fronted calf of the entire class, minus maybe the gray one. To me, though, to move up any higher, he needs to be heavier bone, he needs to be deeper bodied, and I think he needs to have a more productive look. This calf here coming next is more moderate. He's got more finish on him than the one ahead of him, maybe more quality grade potential. He's not as wide-chested, he's not as muscular, though, and that's why he ends up there. This next pair of cattle were pretty close in my opinion. They both got some things that I'd like to change. Now, if I were going to feed these cattle for more days, I'd side with this gray calf here. He's longer, he's more extended, he's maintained his trimness. He's a sound steer that's been presented well. He just needs more cover, he needs more body, and he needs more thickness to him. But I like his foot shape, I like his trimness and his cutability compared to the black steer the gentleman has here. Young man, your steer's real moderate, he's big rib, and he is the fattest calf in class, and so that's good from a quality grade standpoint. This steer, though, he's a little long-toed, he's not as good in his foot shape. I think that steer needs to be a little leaner and more muscular to maintain his composition. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
For Class 1 Heavyweight Division, your first place was Kylie Thomas. Your second place was Lindsay True. Coming in for Class 2 of the Heavyweight Division, Brandy Moss, Lake Gibson Senior FFA. Jacob Cockrell, Lake Wales Senior FFA. Ashley Burks, Lake Wales Senior FFA. Jesse Bennett, Hog Wild 4-H.
Well, this class is a little more challenging for me, and I think this top pair of steers here are very close, and they both could be changed in a spot or two. But young lady here with the red and white calf is the class winner. She's done a great job, all right? Specifically to me, when you put these cattle in motion, this steer here's got an advantage in terms of his flexibility, in his structure. I think both these cattle got some things I'd change in them. They're both about similar in terms of their muscularity. This steer here is one that actually has a little more width behind his shoulder and over his loin. That calf in second's got a little more down through his stifle and quarter. So there's some trade-offs between the two of them. I like this calf's body type, his rib, and the fact that he's just a little more mellow in terms of his finish as well. This calf's got an advantage in terms of being a little cleaner fronted and tighter sheathed than the one in second. But I would like to level this steer out of his hip, and I'd like to set him down on a bigger foot and bone. But a good kind of a calf that's fed well. Congratulations on your class winner here, young lady. Good job, you bet. This butterscotch calf coming next is a little bigger, more extended in his kind. He's a little leaner and trimmer when you get your hands on him. He's a calf to me that I really like when he gets parked here on the profile, and it made it close. All right, a couple little things I see in this steer. He's a little straight up front. He's a little tight structured. When you get your hands on him over his loin, he's a little washed out there. I'd like to see him a little thicker and a little bolder rib, but he's a good kind of a calf that has some extension, some ruggedness to him. Congratulations to you. This gray calf coming next is as wide-chested and as bold rib as anything in the class. I really like that about this steer. Really mellow to get your hands on him. Probably to the point where I'd like to see him actually a little more expressive and a bit trimmer. He's a steer that's pushing the envelope in terms of fat cover. And then the big thing is I'd change this steer how he moves off of his hind leg all the way down to the ground there. Young man, I love these red brindle colored ones there. They're cool to look at, aren't they? Yes, sir. That's a long-sided, extended steer. That's as free traveling as any of them. He's a calf, though, to me, that needs to be wider. He needs to be thicker. He needs to have more depth of body as well. But you've done a good job with him. Solid kind of a calf. Congratulations.
For your commercial heavyweight class 2, your first place was Brandy Moss. Your second place was Jesse Bennett. For class 3 of the heavyweight division, Zybe Stein, Bach Academy North. Jody Kate, Lake Wales Senior FFA. Morgan Giles, Rowdy Ropers 4-H Club. Kaylee Monahan, George Jenkins Senior FFA.
Okay, well, another good class here. This young lady that is excited and elated that she's got the class winner here. Congratulations to you, all right? Good job. I think your fan club is over here. I think I found them. So this is a nice steer, and you know, to me, why he wins the class, he's just the best kind of calf. And it starts down at the ground in his foot, in his bone work. He's really nice in his feet. He's got an ideal hip and hind leg in him. Really travels the ring appropriately, gets his head up. He's got plenty enough muscle, and he's just about right in his composition. He's not the widest one or the tidiest sheath or the neatest looking one, but man, he just is a good kind of steer, the kind I like. Congratulations to you. A young lady over there with her bald-faced calf that's giving her a little bit of trouble is actually going to be second in this lineup. That's a big, extended, long-sided steer that's got some muscle down his top. Yeah. He's a calf that's got some look to him. He's just not as nearly as muscular as sound as that one that wins, but congratulations to him. These two calves right here are close. I went with this more moderate frame steer to be third. He's really thick and powerful. He's big topped, he's big hip, he's heavy bone. He needs to be smoother shouldered, he needs to be longer sided, he needs to be a little neater looking to run up there in the top couple. Your calf here that rounds out the group is longer sided, he's even stronger top. He just doesn't have near as much muscle as the first three, young man. That's why he ends up here. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Very nice steer to lead off.
For your commercial heavyweight division, Class 3, your first place was Kaylee Monahan. Your second place was Morgan Giles. Coming in for Class 4, Lena Herndon, Frostproof Middle Senior FFA. Candy Curtin, Rowdy Ropers 4-H Club. Olivia Foreman, Bartow Senior FFA. William Dykes, Lake Wales Senior FFA.
good class here. Some really nice cattle all the way down. All 4 steers are very, very solid. This young lady's steer here is not one to work the best with her, and just a lot of new things to see here. These 2 cattle up top, they're just very different from one another. To me, when it comes down to it, this calf that is going to win the class, he's the bigger, longer, more expressively shaped one, whose composition's just a little leaner and trimmer. I really like that about him. He's a calf that still balances nicely from the profile. Maybe I'd change the set to his hock. He's got a little extra set there, and maybe deepen him a little in through his flank, but he's a muscular, thick, powerful, long-sided calf. That's got an advantage in terms of trimness over this next one. Keep working with him, keep hanging in there, good, solid kind of a calf. Young lady, I'm really proud of this young lady here in second, and really as you think about showing cattle and livestock, what it's really about, the young lady up there in the front, her calf got away and right off the bat, and as she was coming back, these 2 young ladies are in fierce competition. It's a tight race there, they know. And this young lady in second gave the young lady up front some words of encouragement and said, "You got it, you hang with it." And that really just showed the character of this young lady here. I was really proud of her for that, because it's sometimes in the heat of battle, we can really want to not wish the best of luck on our opponents, but it just shows you the kind of kids that are here in the county. My compliments to all of you, you bet. The steer that's going to be second there, he is a tremendously moderate, big-bodied steer that's got a lot of finish on him. If I'm going to change him, though, I'd change his feet. I'd like to lean him up just a little and maybe give him more muscle shape. But he is a different kind than the one that wins. It's just my preference there. This orange calf that comes next, he's a little bigger in his kind. He's more extended than the calf in second there. I like that. He's not quite as just massive in his rib and body. He doesn't quite balance like those first 2, but a good solid steer. The calf that rounds out the class is as lean and as trim and as muscular as anything. I'd like to change this steer in his structure. I'd like to fix him up front, his shoulder and his knee, and toe his front feet a little more forward there, but still a solid kind of a calf. Congratulations to everybody in this group.
In first place for Class 4, Lena Herndon. In second place, Kennedy Curtin. Now coming back in for your heavyweight drive, from Class 1, Kylie Thomas. From Class 2, Brandy Moss. From Class 3, Kaylee Monahan. And from Class 4, Lena Herndon.
Wow, what a good set of calves here in our commercial division. My compliments to each one of these exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause. This is a very neat opportunity for these young people in this commercial program. My compliments to the 5 firms here that provided these cattle and broke them and fed them and got them to this point. You supplied these kids with good, productive beef cattle, and they've exceeded your expectations, I'm sure of it. What an outstanding job, a neat deal. These 4 young ladies here are not only doing a good job with showmanship, they're really doing a nice job just getting them presented here. So, excellent. We got more to go. Just a few thoughts about each one of these calves real quickly. The red and white calf out of the first division up here, he's probably the show steer of the bunch here. He's a nice-haired, up-headed, bold-ribbed steer that's got some look and quality to him. He's a steer that's a little on the lightweight side. He's acceptable, but you know, I'd probably like to see one pushed to a little heavier weight, but I like that calf. He's got an awesome rib and body. The only spot I'd change him is just maybe level him out of his hip a little bit. He gets a little rounder there, but a good steer. The calf out of the second class, tremendously deep and sound. He just needs a little more width and true muscle shape to him. This calf out of the third class here, another really good kind of a steer. Just everywhere you look at him, he's big-footed, he's sound, he's got a really nice hip and hind leg in him. He's a big-topped calf. When you get your hands on him, he's really muscular over his rib and loin there. I like that and appropriate his finish. He's a steer that you have to just appreciate good cattle. He just does a lot of things right. He's not the most flashy or the most unique, just a good solid steer. The calf out of the fourth class, he's probably the most product-oriented steer of the class. He's wide, he's thick, he's muscular, got a big top and a big stifle in him. He's a calf that could be just a little more mellow about his body. We talked about changing his hind leg a bit, but they're all really nice kinds of cattle. My compliments again to the breeders of these and for putting on this great division. One more time, put your hands together and I'll go show you the champion in reserve.
Now entering the ring from Class 3, Morgan Giles. Your heavyweight grand champion, Kaylee Monahan. Your heavyweight reserve grand champion, Kylie Thomas. Now entering the ring for your Supreme Drive, Kaylee Monahan, Kylie Thomas, Caitlin Robertson, and Abigail McCaffey.
Well, we're nearing the end of our commercial steer show here, and I made a few comments a minute ago relative to the breeders that provided these. Excellent job here. You got cattle that are the right kind. You know, they're sound, they're big ribbed, and they're muscular and appropriate in their composition. My compliments to you here. I won't go back through these two division winners or the reserves. You guys understand my thoughts. Really the important thing here is to just focus on the general management that these four young ladies have provided for these cattle. They've got them fed right, presented, and exhibited right. Congratulations to you. Put your hands together. I'm going to go show you the Grand and Reserve commercial steer.
Your commercial Grand Supreme Drive for the grand champion, Kaylee Monahan. Her steer is from G7 Ranch. For commercial reserve grand champion Supreme Drive, Kylie Thomas. Her steer is from Clark Ranch. We will be taking a brief break to take pictures. Parents, if you want pictures with your kids' steers, please come down now. Just a reminder, if anyone's hungry, the concession stand is still open. Each year, we throw the exhibitors a luncheon, and we want to thank our generous sponsors. Thank you to Blackbird's Barbecue. Thank you to All American Furniture, and thank you to Stock Show Secrets. We would like to thank our gold sponsors, Evans Family Ranch, Perry and Bonnie Evans, Walpole Feed Supply, Mid-State Industrial Maintenance, Walker Cattle Company, Polk County Farm Bureau. Thank you to our silver sponsors, Curtis Brothers Construction. Thank you to our buckle sponsors, S&J Aquatic Weed Removal, DCT Farms, Mid-Florida Electric, Dr. John Thomas, Victory Insurance of Winter Haven, and Gibbons Spitz Company. And a big thank you to Organic Matters for donating the sawdust in our arena. We would like to remind you that the plant sale will start at 1 o'clock tomorrow. We have over 200 lots of plants that will be up for sale.
Starting our open show in lightweight division class 1, we have Trinity Hillesheim, still squealing 4-H. Cheyenne Labar, George Jenkins Senior FFA. Sarah Clayton, Fort Meade Community 4-H.
All right, well, we're going to fire things off here with our open steer show. And, I thought 3 calves here, and they just come in the ring, and this is the way they need to get placed. This calf that wins, he's the one that's the balanced, eye-appealing calf that's just got the most muscle and thickness and width to him. Young lady's done a nice job getting this steer presented here and put together. He's maybe not the soundest calf in the world, but man, I like the amount of muscle, expression, and shape he's got. Go ahead and bring him right on around here. You can head on out. Congratulations to you on your first class winner. This steer here that's second, he is tremendously deep bodied. All right, he is really, really soft flanked. He's got a little cover on him already. I think a calf that'll feed nicely. When you step in behind him, he needs quite a bit more muscle and width and shape up high if he's going to beat that one that wins. But you've done a nice job. The big red and white spotted up calf here coming next. He's got more length this side and extension to him than the steer that wins here. He's a steer, though, that needs more muscle shape and expression. I'd like to see him balance a little better from the profile as well. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors. They did a nice job. Put your hands together. Let them know you're here for the Open Steer Show.
Your Open Show lightweight Class 1 winners are: first place, Sarah Clanton; second place, Trinity Hillesheim. For your Open Show lightweight division Class 2, Riley Allred, Southern Variety 4-H; Bryson Walls, Be a Champ 4-H; Madeline Nichols, Hoof and Horn 4-H; Emma Candia, Southern Variety 4-H; Casey Behringer, Bartow Senior FFA.
Class 2 has a nice pair of these Charlet Influence cattle that I think are very close but different. Young lady with your gold calf here, go ahead and bring him on around here. He's the class winner. You know, the pair of cattle both have a spot or two we change, but this gold calf here, he's the one that hits you with the more striking look from the side. He's longer necked, he's cleaner fronted. He's a steer right in behind his shoulder. He's got more expression, muscle. He's a little trimmer in his kind. A steer to me that's a little tight out of his hip and his hind leg, and maybe a touch shallow through his flank. And that's where I'd like to see him with more days on feed, but man, he's a sharp-looking steer. This calf in second is more moderate. He's really soft in his footwork and joint. I like his depth of body. I wish this steer had a little more muscle. When you step in behind him, he looks just a little more peaked right there when you get your hands on him. But sure enough, a nice kind of calf that really gets out and travels pretty acceptable. This black calf coming next, he's got a really nice shape up over his rib there when you get your hands on him. I appreciate that. You've done a good job. This calf here is one that's presented well. You just put him in motion, though, and he labors more. He's too straight out of his shoulder and a little tight. And that's why you end up down there. But that's sure a sharp-dressed, professional young man here. Congratulations to you. Next pair of cattle are close. I like this one's extra length and extension up front, his trimness and his muscularity. All right, he needs to be a little sounder to move up. The next calf in the lineup is deep-bodied and heavy bone. When I get behind him, though, he's a little too narrow and a little peaked. All right, but you're doing a great job. Congratulations to you.
Your lightweight Class 2 winners were first place, Riley Allred. Second place, Madeline Nichols. Your Class 3 is Gracie Benefield, Auburndale Senior FFA. Bailey Kostick, Still Squealing 4-H. Kaylin Allred, Kathleen Middle FFA. Mackenzie Hawley, Rockin' Riders 4-H Club.
Okay, well, our third class of these lightweights here, go ahead and pull your calf on around here. We have every type and kind that you could imagine, and so there's lots of variety, and you could pick whichever one you like. I landed on this calf here to win. Go ahead and pull him right out here in the middle, all right, for us. Then you circle on behind that young lady, okay? Circle on in. Now, I'm going to tell you, this steer here is probably not sound enough, okay? But he is the most muscular, the most expressive in his shape, and the widest and the thickest. And, you know, I don't know if there's another one that has a big structure advantage, but I wish this calf was a little sounder. But I like how much muscle he has, and that's why he wins the class. Good job to you, all right? This steer in second here, he's a little more mellow to the touch. He's probably a little looser out of his hind leg, but he's not just ideal in his structure, so I'd change him a little bit. I didn't think he was quite as thick or as shapely as that one that wins, but darn sure a moderate, good-bodied calf that's been a nice feeding kind of a steer. I like his rib type a little better than this black steer here. All right, this black steer in third, really hairy, big, extended kind of a calf. To me, he looks a little older about his head, and the real thing is he just needs more muscle, all right? You get your hands on him, and he's a little peaked, but man, you've done a good job trying to hide it. He's got a big old luscious hair coat, and he's got big feet and all that. He just needs more muscle. The next calf in the lineup's more moderate, a little easier fleshing. He's a steer, though, to me, that's just a little too plain, a little narrow, a little lighter muscle than some, but still, he's got a right kind of rib and body, and you've done a good job showing him. Congratulations to you.
First place in Class 3, Mackenzie Hawley. Second place, Bailey Costick. Now for the Open Show Lightweight Grand Drive. From Class 1, Sarah Clanton. From Class 2, Riley Allred. And from Class 3, Mackenzie Hawley.
All right, well, we've started off our show with a bang here, and I realize we have 4 or 5 more classes to go of heavyweights, but the quality is sure very nice here in our lightweight division. My compliments again to these 3 young ladies for doing an excellent job getting them shown and presented and clipped and fitted and brought to the ring. So awesome job. Put your hands together for them here. Show them how much we appreciate their work. You bet. You know, there's some differences in all 3 of these calves. I'll be brief here. You know, we start last class winner that we just talked about. Tremendously muscular and thick steer, all right? He's got all kinds of shape and power. You know, he needs to be a little sounder, and that's his limitation, but boy, he's got a lot of muscle and thickness. this kind of gold-colored calf here. He is as sharp-looking and as neat from the profile as anything. Neat-necked, long-sided. He's a steer that in this group appears to be the lightest muscled one, even though he's got enough. I do think that's where we could use a little more. Then we got our black calf out of the first class there, a tremendously muscular, big-topped, big-hip steer with a good shape everywhere. He's a steer that's, plenty good enough in his structure and really blends together here from the profile nicely. When you think about it all together, to me, the one that's got muscle, that's still sound enough and looks like a show steer is first class winner. You'll be our champion.
Now coming back in from Class 1, Trinity Hillshire. Heavyweight grand champion, Sarah Clinton, lightweight. Your lightweight reserve champion, Riley Allred.
For Class 1 of Heavyweight Open Show, Zachary Gibbons, Rowdy Ropers 4-H Club, Jack Durker, Haines City Senior FFA, David Bryant, Frostroof Middle Senior FFA, Lily Lambert, Be a Champ 4-H, Paige Dupree, Lake Gibson Senior FFA, Ansley Evans, Mulberry Senior FFA, Paige Blankenship, Bartow Senior FFA.
really nice pair of steers here, and I like the both of them. I think they both have a lot of good pieces to bring to the table. This gentleman there in the front with the solid black steer is the class winner. And to me, this calf, he's one that's just tremendously big-topped and big-hipped and really powerful down through his stifle and lower quarter. I like that about him. Compared to the steer that's second, I think this calf has just got more shape right in behind his shoulder. He comes bigger and stouter and squarer out of his hip. And he just does it in a very dense package. He's a sound steer that gets out and travels plenty well. Now, where I'd criticize that steer is he looks a little thick-necked. He's a little bit mature about his front end, and he wants to drop his pins a little in motion. All right, but I really like that calf. When he gets out and travels, I like him for his muscularity and thickness. What made things close is this old white calf here when he gets stopped and put together. His neck naturally comes up out of his shoulder a lot higher. He's a little better in the slope to his shoulder and front knee. I love the turn to his rib and his body. And I think that calf genuinely is built wide and square. To me, I wish that steer had more muscle right in behind his shoulder. He wants to dip and break there in his top line. And then when I kind of got right in behind him and watched these cattle go away, I wish this steer had just a little more shape and boldness out through his hip and down through his quarter. But he's a very, very good steer. Close comparison there. Definitely solid kind of individual that'll be in contention as we go through the day. Congratulations. We got several other cattle through the lineup here that are very nice. I thought the next pair of steers were close. I went with this young lady's black steer. He's a little more mellow in his handle. He's a little smoother from shoulder to forerib. And I like that about him. Now, to beat those other two, he's got to be a little heavier boned, a little more expressive, all those things. But he's a little smoother, a little further along in his indicators. The calf and four, go ahead and circle these on out. Let's wheel them out. This next calf with the white switch, he's long and extended. He's a little trimmer than the one in front of him. For me, his shoulder structure and build there is a little too straight. He's a little open in his shoulder. He's a little tight in his hind legs, so it's a structure reason that gets him on down. Here's another big, heavy bone, long, extended steer that's raw and growthy. Steer, though, to me, that's a little too rigid in his structure. He doesn't balance quite as well as the ones in front of him. We get into a pair of slicker-haired cattle here. I like the extra leanness and trimness and length of body in this steer. Coming next, it's got a little more muscle. The one that rounds out the class is a little deeper flank than the one ahead of him. I'd like to shore him up in his foot and toe shape. I'd like to see that steer just a little stouter all the way through. Congratulations to a very good class, top pair of nice steers.
Your heavyweight Class 1 winners were first place, Zachary Gibbons. Second place, Ansley Evans. Coming in for Class 2 of heavyweight, Caitlin Monahan, George Jenkins Sr., FFA. Lane Walker, Southern Charms 4-H. Chasey McCrimmon, Bartow Sr., FFA. Quentin Dixon, Kathleen Cattle Crew 4-H. Brooklyn Cribbs, Lake Region Senior, FFA. Hunter Brantley, Frostproof Middle Senior, FFA.
All right. Well, really good class here. This young man has brought us a very nice steer. You don't have to judge a lot of steer shows to know that this calf looks very high quality. He is presented well. He's balanced. He's muscular. Young man's doing a nice job showing him. Why don't you move him up there and get his feet set up there for us? Just a good steer that resembles a quality animal that's still muscular and appropriate in his composition. Good job to you, young man. I probably am in the part of the world I don't have to explain with a little cattle with a little ear and Brahman in them are good. This steer is very, very nice. And he is not a club calf bred show steer, but he is a muscular, sound, good balance, good looking calf that really does a lot of things right. And I just think he's the second best one. Now, he's not as powerful as the one that wins, and he maybe didn't hit me as hard, but I really like this kind of cattle, and that's why he beats the next one, and he's in the same kind of boat. But just not as elite looking, doesn't hit me as hard as that one that wins. Good, solid steer. This calf coming next, a little more of a show steer in terms of his genetics and hair. He's bold-ribbed. He's got some strength to his top line. He's not as muscular in his top line as that one that beat him. He's not as sound in his structure. And to me, he maybe doesn't balance as well as that one in front of him because his tail head pops up in it. Now, he is a steer, though, that I love how strong-topped, how bold-ribbed he is, and how correct he is in his finish. Just ran into a very good class here. Good kind of calf. The next steer in the lineup's just a moderate, deep-bodied, solid kind of a steer. He's appropriate in his finish. He just doesn't balance or have as much eye appeal or genuine thickness as those first three, but a nice kind of a calf. The steer coming next is presented nice. He's long, he's extended. He's really neat about his front end. A steer to me that's a little tight structured, a little barer in his finish. The calf that's coming next, he's a little more muscular. And he's got a bigger top in him. He's a calf I'd like to change a little structurally as well. I'd like to see him balance up a bit better from the profile. Done a nice job, young man. Congratulations to you.
Your heavyweight Class 2 winners were first place, Lane Walker. Second place, Chasey McCrimmon. For Class 3, we have Ava Trevino, Southern Variety 4-H. Carson Russell, Bartow Senior FFA. Emily Kaysen, Kathleen Cattle Crew 4-H. Jacob Briggs, Frostproof Middle Senior FFA. Lily Harwell, Hoof and Horn 4-H. Also in this class is Tiffany Beam, Bartow Senior FFA.
All right, well, another nice class here. I think a nice kind of fat steer here to lead off the class. Young lady, you've done a nice job. You got a calf that's appropriate in his finish. He's at a market weight. He's got some muscle and some thickness to him there. still does it in a nice enough kind of show steer look there. Good calf that wins the class fairly comfortably for me. Now, if I'm going to change this steer, it's structurally. When he moves, he gets a little tight, a little straight up front, a little hawked in from behind. But he's a good kind of market steer that's compositionally correct. Next steer, I guess the next pair of steers are very close to me. Bring them on out, all right? They're both long-sided, trim, big-topped, muscular kind of cattle that both need to be changed a little structurally. And to me, this steer here is a little heavier bone. He's a little longer-sided, and he's a calf that appears to have a shot more finish on him. I think this steer here needs to be a little better in his heart and his forerib. He's a calf that, is a little short-strided, and I'd change him on the set to his hind leg there. Maybe clean up there is the back of his pastern, but a good kind of a calf. The next one in the lineup, real muscular and shapely down his top, trim. He's a little too tight in his heart and forerib as well, a little more rigid off his pastern. But boy, them are long-sided, muscular, shapely kind of cattle there in 2 and 3. The next steer in the lineup is a real practical calf, young man. Go ahead and bring him on out. Circle these ones on out. This is a deep-bodied, heavy-finished steer that's sound. He's just not as show steer like them first 3, all right? Just a good practical beef calf. To run with those, I think he needs more muscle also. Another calf coming here that's long-sided and trim and shapely. This one needs to be a little sounder off his hind leg. Another calf coming next that's got more body depth to him. He's a steer that's probably too far gone in terms of his finish. I'd like to lean him up, give him a bit more muscle shape. Maybe get him just to show and act a little better too. But you're still doing a nice job, and you got a big-bodied heavyweight steer. Congratulations to everybody there.
Your heavyweight Class 3 winners are first place, Carson Russell. Second place, Lily Harwell. Coming in for Class 4 heavyweight, Elizabeth McDowell, Orange Blossoms 4-H. Aiden Lambert, Beachamp 4-H. Dylan Fox, Southern Variety 4-H. Hannah Clayton, George Jenkins Senior FFA.
Well, we're getting near the end. We're getting into some very heavy cattle here. I thought this was a nice class, and we're switching things up here, but young lady in the green bow, that's our class-winning steer there, you bet. Yeah. We're going to just leave them the way they're standing from head to tail here. Young lady's just got a nice steer there that's thick and powerful and muscular. A calf that, maybe stepped on her foot coming in, she said, but she's hung with him. That's a tremendously wide, thick, muscular, shapely calf. All right, and maybe he could be smoothed out a little bit in some spots, and we'll talk about him in a minute, but congratulations on your class winner. The other steer in the class that's got some muscle and shape and width to him is this gentleman right here. All right, he's got the sweet mullet going on, and he has got a calf with a big hip and big top in him. All right, he's a calf that I think needs to be a little smoother in behind his shoulder, a little fuller in his forerib, and I'd set his tail head down into him. But darn sure a lot of trimness and muscularity. I use this black calf in third. Both these cattle coming next. They're finished. They're deep-bodied. They're soft-made steers. They both need a little more muscle. I thought that calf had a little nicer balanced look from the profile over this gray steer here. The gray calf probably does have a little more foot and bone to him, maybe a little more thickness, but I thought this steer needed to be a little trimmer. He needs the balance a bit better, but a solid kind of a class. Congratulations to all 4 exhibitors.
Your heavyweight Class 4 winners were first place, Elizabeth McDowell. Second place, Dylan Fox. For Class 5, Wyatt Renfro. Auburndale Senior FFA, Kira Kelly, Kathleen Senior FFA.
Okay, well, we've got a nice class here. I'm going to just leave them the way they're standing here. Young man, you got the class winner with this bald-faced steer. Good job. This steer, to me, he's just wider. He's more muscular. He's the bigger hipped and stouter quartered steer that has a little nicer look from the profile. I appreciate that in him. Congratulations to you on your class winner. He's a steer that maybe's not the trimmest in his own right. And I'd change his hind leg a bit, but done a good job. This big old red calf is the heaviest weight one at the show, so she's done a good job pouring the feed out here for this guy. He's got plenty of finish and cover on him. He should grade okay. This steer, though, I think needs more muscle relative to his weight, or he probably needs to be trimmer for me to feel like he'll probably still have an acceptable yield grade. All right, so a calf here that I think has definitely grown well, but I'd like to see him a little trimmer and a little nicer balance. Good job to you guys.
Your heavyweight Class 5 winners. First place, Wyatt Renfro. Second place, Kira Kelly.
Coming back for the heavyweight drive from Class 1, Zachary Gibbons. From Class 2, Lane Walker. From Class 3, Carson Russell. From Class 4, Elizabeth McDowell. And from Class 5, Wyatt Renfro.
Well, I sure appreciate the crowd here that's hung with us here past 9 o'clock. Thank you for supporting these young people. You bet. Nice job. It's a nice set of steers here, and I'm really think they all got a lot of good things about them. I'm not going to go back through each one of these steers here, but you can kind of glance down the lineup, and in a good competitive steer show, I think we were able to find some cattle that have some similarities to them, find some cattle that are stout and powerful, have some width and muscularity to them, so I'm very, very proud of that. Excellent showmen out here on these that are presenting these cattle. Put your hands together for them, you bet. Well, good. We got a little more to go here tonight, but I've really had a blast, and I'll talk more on that as we go through here. But it's been a nice way to get into these heavyweights, to really get into some quality. I'm going to look here in a minute for the reserve champion when we bring our second place in, because I think that's going to be very, very close. But what's not close to me is the champion in this heavyweight division. That's this calf right here pretty easily. Good job, buddy. Yep.
Coming back in from Class 2, Chasey McCrimmon. Our heavyweight grand champion, Lane Walker. Your heavyweight reserve grand champion, Carson Russell. Coming in for the overall Supreme Drive, Sarah Clinton, Riley Allred, Lane Walker, and Carson Russell.
Well, we've reached the end of the steer show here, and it's an exciting event. I know it's getting late, and some people are heading out here. But my compliments to you all for staying around here and supporting these young people that have done an outstanding job. I've had a blast interacting with a lot of the young people here, and I've seen some great acts of kindness and witnessed some fierce competitors, and so that's really neat. I've enjoyed my first time being down here in this area, coming to Polk County. It's been a lot of fun, and it's been really exceptional in terms of quality, but really just the hospitality. I know Sheriff Grady Judd there got me fired up as we started the show, talking about just you guys are real Americans, and boy, I can tell there's just a spirit here in the county that likes youth and agriculture and is here to support that, and that's exciting. I know I come from a state that really supports the rural way of life and rural America and supports conservative values, and I can tell you just by interacting with several of our ring help, some of your officials and leaders, you guys have that as well, and so that's exciting to be here. I wish you all the best of the luck. You have a tremendous, outstanding set of kids. All right, you do, you really do. And people like the sheriff are here because they know that when young people have to spend their time working with animals and showing and competing, they don't have to worry about them, all right? And so we got a good set of people here and a good steer show. I won't take any longer here. This right here is our champion steer.
For the overall, your grand champion was Lane Walker. Your reserve grand champion, Carson Russell. We're going to be taking a short break for pictures before we begin showmanship.
Max, Keith, please come to the announcer's stand. For your first class of junior showmanship, Madeline Nichols, Zachary Gibbons, Trinity Hillshime, and Elizabeth McDowell.
Well, we're going to keep things moving along as we go through here today. We just have these 4 young people in our junior showmanship. And one of the really nice things about having showmanship following the show is, you know, I've really got to see who's done the job showing, when it counted, when it mattered there in the show. And I think that absolutely plays into my decision. I really vividly remember all 4 of these young people, and I'll just share a comment about each one of them. This young lady up here in the front, she's got really good mechanics. I know she's a good showman and how she stands up there in the front of her calf. She's calm and relaxed. But part of a showmanship battle is getting a partner that works with you, all right? And your steer there is just, he is just not having the best night. And even in your class when you showed, he wanted to circle around and not necessarily set up. But you can tell that young lady's a very professional, just good showman there. Just need to have her steer just a little in a better mood, I guess maybe you could say. This young man here behind her is very calm and relaxed, all right? Now, I like that. Because he's calm and relaxed, his steer there just sets up very nicely and kind of does what he wants to, okay? At times, maybe you could up your excitement and just kind of follow me around 1 or 2 times in class. I kind of snuck around on you, but you do a good job staying relaxed and getting your calf looking the best you can. This young lady here is a ball of energy. I enjoyed visiting with her as much as anybody throughout the night here. This young lady, when you turn his head, okay, kind of go over the nose, all right, and just keep working with that steer to get him a little more broke, all right. This young lady back here, a lot like the young man there in the second position, very calm and relaxed, and I appreciate how you battled through the night, all right. You got stepped on and it hurt a little bit, and you kept going and pushing, all right. I'd tell you on this steer, maybe bring up his back foot on that far side up just a little bit when you set him up. But you're calm and relaxed and you get your calf presented well, all right? So 4 really, really nice showmen, and they've done a good job. And I've been told we're picking just 1 grand champion, and that's it, correct? Okay, we got the top 5 in the junior division, and we're gonna rank them here. And so I'll go out and shake the hands of our champion, followed by our reserve, and we'll place them on down there. Everybody put your hands together for these 4 young people. They're doing an outstanding job.
For junior showmanship, your first place was Zachary Gibbons. Your second place was Elizabeth McDowell. Your third place was Madeline Nichols. And your fourth place was Trinity Hillesheim. Entering the ring for intermediate showmanship, Heat 1, Lily Harwell, Kendall Curtin, Kennedy Curtin, Wyatt Dykes, Morgan Giles, Hunter Brantley.
I'm not sure whether they're clapping, but I haven't played my hand here. Maybe they weren't keeps, huh? No, I'm just kidding. These three young people over here to the right, I'm going to invite you all back here to compete for the championship in just a second. We'll talk more. Go ahead and head on out. For you guys over here, you did, all three did a nice job. I'd tell you, if you could get a little tighter grip up there by the halter, and maybe if you had to shorten up that lead chain just a little bit, would be something I'd tell you to do. Young man here, when you moved his back foot, okay, you started on that one and it was you moved it the wrong way, okay? So just a little footwork, things that I'd change. For you, your calf's finally calmed down some here, but there was 1 or 2 times where you kind of let him get ahead of you, and he ran you into the fence over there. And so I just think kind of keep working with him, get him, you know, as you go forward next year, just work with your calf just a little more, just so he's more comfortable, all right? But y'all did a nice job. Congratulations to each one of you.
Coming back in from intermediate showmanship, Heat 1 will be Hunter Brantley, Lily Harwell, and Kendall Curtin. Now entering the ring for intermediate showmanship, Heat 2. Kaylin Allred, Emma Candia, Lily Lambert, Reagan Hansel.
Okay, well, Heat 2 here with just 4. I think they're all doing a nice job. What we're going to do, you 2 young ladies are going to come back for the top 5 competition here. Go ahead and pull over here to the side. Both you 2 young ladies do a good job. Your calves just don't want to work with you the best, all right? He kind of wanted to stay against the rails, so just keep working with them in the future so they walk and travel out, all right? Good job to the both of you. Congratulations.
Staying in the ring from Heat 2, Emma Candia and Lily Lambert. Coming back from Heat 1, Hunter Brantley, Lily Harwell, Kendall Curtin.
Well, a really nice division here and some very competitive showmen. I thought I had it kind of figured out in my mind. And they come out here, and there's just a few things that I'd tell each one of them. So what I'm going to do is we're going to kind of do it, I guess you could say, pageant style. So I'm going to start with the 5th overall showman, and we'll work our way to the top there. And I'm going to just share a few comments and details that I would tell with each one. So, young lady, you are the 5th overall showman here, all right? Congratulations. You can pull right on across, all right? So when we're in line there, you kind of cut this young lady off one time there when you're going around. So just watch that. Stay in the order that you're in, and kind of keep things going there, all right? You did a nice job, okay? In 4th place, we're going to actually go with this young lady right here, all right? Good job to you. You at times loined this calf a little too hard, okay, and it caused him to drop his back down and kind of stand a little uncomfortable. Just be a little gentler, okay? But you're very professional looking, and you've done a nice job. Congratulations, all right? Young man, you're going to be 3rd, all right? And you're right there. Just a couple little confusing things. I'd tell you to get a tighter grip on that chain, and then just grab that show stick and just brush on it right there. You're just okay. You're doing a good job. All right, but a couple little things there. Good job to you. All right, these are the top 2 here, and I guess I don't want to give it away, but to me, there's a really dominant winner. I thought somebody that really stood out, and another person that did a very good job just maybe stretches their calf out a little too much. So, the grand champion intermediate showman, that's you. All right, congratulations. Young lady, you'll be reserved. Nice job.
Your 5th place intermediate showman was Lily Lambert. Your 4th place was Kendall Curtin. Your 3rd place was Hunter Brantley. Your 2nd place was Emma Candia. And your 1st place intermediate showman was Lily Harwell. Coming in the ring for the first heat of senior showmanship, Sarah Clanton, Brooklyn Cribbs, Kaylee Monahan, Hannah Clayton, Caitlin Monahan, Paige Blankenship.
Okay, well, we're going to just kind of keep going, and we'll spend some more time on the champion drive. These 3 young ladies, I thought all night did a good job just presenting their cattle. And nothing against you guys here. Your steer just gets a little too stretched out. And then, you know, in your class tonight, he wanted to circle and spin around a bunch. Just keep working with him, all right? You get your calf a little too stretched out, all right? His back feet get a little too far out there. But you've done a nice job, and continue working hard, all right? Good job.
Those who will be returning from Heat 1 will be Sarah Clanton, Kaylee Monahan, and Paige Blankenship. Now entering the ring for Heat 2 Senior Showmanship, Cheyenne Labar, Chasey McCrimmon, Ashley Burks, Kylie Thomas, Mackenzie Holly, Jody Kate, and Bailey Dykes.
Okay, this is a big heat here, and you know, I think we're just gonna, the division's here with just 2 of them. These 2 young ladies are gonna get invited back here. Each one of y'all did something. I'll share a few comments so you know. This young lady, your steer's just a little antsy, all right? He never really wants to stop, but I'd also tell you to get his foot back just a little further, all right? But that's really it. Young lady, same goes for you. If you could take a step out in front of the nose of the calf, and then scratch on his chest floor, it'll make him look a little longer up front, all right? This young lady here, you do a good job. You're high energy, I like that. And I enjoyed visiting with you all night there. But sometimes you let your energy, you get to scratching and on him almost a little too much, and you get him antsy at times, all right? So just calm down and you know, relax and just stick on him good, because you're a professional young lady, does a good job. You just get your calf a little excited, all right? This young man here, just keep working with this old steer, getting him to set up. He really didn't like to stay in line, all right? You are right on the edge too. There at the end, you let your calf get a little too stretched out, okay? You need to bring that foot on the far side up underneath him, but you're a very good showman. That was really close, all right? Congratulations to each one of you.
The 2 that will be returning to overall senior showmanship from Heat 2 are Tracy McCrimmon and Mackenzie Hawley. Now entering the ring for senior showmanship Heat 3, Tommy Snively, William Dykes, Gracie Benefiel, Caitlin Robertson, Jacob Briggs, David Bryant, Gabe Chanley.
Okay, we're going to make a few comments here. These 2 young ladies are going to come back and join us. Young man, just a few things. You need to move that back foot up a little bit there, and then when you stop on profile, switch your hand around. You'll have more control if you turn it just like that. You're going to have a little better control there. This young man right here does a nice job staying calm. I'd say one thing is, look how bunched up the feet are on that calf. I'd push this back foot back a little further. Young man here, I thought you were going to be right in the mix of it, and then when you parked here, you let your calf set up backwards there. So it's more about a feet thing for you, okay? You were real close as well here, young lady. Same goes for you. You need to kick this back foot out further on your calf. You kind of let it always stand up underneath him there. Kind of makes him look a little round out of his hip. This young man here is just a very professional, sharp-dressed young person, doing a good job. This calf just needs to be worked with a little more. He just doesn't want to set up, and that's hard to do in a showmanship competition. Congratulations to each one of you.
Those who will be returning later for Senior Showman overall from Heat 3 are Tommy Snively and Caitlin Robertson. Now entering the ring for Senior Showmanship Heat 4, Emily Kaysen, Bailey Kostick, Aiden Lambert, Carson Russell, Brandy Moss, William Kinney, Landon Donley, Ava Trevino, Ansley Evans.
Okay, really big heat here with some really talented young people. I've chose to keep these three young ladies to come back here, and I'll just share a couple comments as we go down the line. You know, really to me, it's so important when you first stop here on the profile that you walk your calf into it and make sure their feet are set up, all right? And so for you three right back here, if you look back at their feet, you know, that's where you really got eliminated, all right? You got to walk into it a little bit better and make sure this back foot on my side's back further than the other side, all right? Y'all are doing a nice job, just need to work on the feet placement a little bit. You are right on the line as well, and you have good intensity. When we pulled around and stopped here, you let your calf, he was not set up properly, and you went to loin him before you had his feet set up, okay? So keep an eye on that. All right, young man, you're very calm and relaxed, and you got a good working relationship with your steer, but I think you need to just work with him even some more because he was wanting to run into the calf in front of him the whole time. Young lady here, you did a good job as well. You are right on the line. I think you're very professional. And when you stopped, though, his back feet were opposite a second ago, and you loined him, and then you were like, okay, I'm ready, okay? You forgot to look there at the back feet. Now you got him set up good now, but you need to look at that first thing. But you were really, really close. Congratulations.
Staying in from Heat 4, Ansley Evans, Carson Russell, and Emily Kaysen. Now coming back from Heat 1, Sarah Clanton, Kaylee Monahan, Paige Blankenship. Now coming back from Heat 2, Chasey McCrimmon, Mackenzie Hawley. In Heat 3, Tommy Snively and Caitlin Robertson.
Well, this is pretty intense here, and this is a little bit splitting hairs. I first say is congratulations to you young ladies, all right? You guys kicked the crap out of all the boys here, all right? Well, just an excellent group of young ladies here that just do a fantastic job showing. You know, I've been going through the lineup and pinpointing a couple little things, but really it's just some minor things on how your calf worked tonight or this or that that'll keep you out of the top 5. So my compliments to you here. So before we get to that, thank you very much to all of the ring help, all these gentlemen over here in the gray shirts, and our announcers, our ladies behind the stand here. We've had a really fun night, yeah. The people that are left here really appreciate it. We thank you all so much, and everybody in the back. This has been fun. I have to, I don't know if my wife's still here or not, on these kind of tough decisions, I ought to call her in and have her help me out. She was a much better showman than I ever was. But I get to make the decision tonight here, and I don't think I could go wrong, to be honest with you. They're all really, really good. So with that, I'm going to start with your champion, and I'm going to work down to 5th overall, all right? Exceptional job, young ladies. I've enjoyed you guys presenting your cattle to me all night. Put your hands together one more time for them. Show your champion.
Your first place senior showman, Chasey McCrimmon. Second place, Sarah Clinton. Third place, Mackenzie Hawley. Fourth place, Ansley Evans. And fifth place, Carson Russell.